Hello? Are we feedbacking? I think that's what's going on. Hi guys. It's gonna be the spiciest thief. I'm switching it up. I'm actually starting from the bottom up. So it's like they said in like kindergarten, first is the worst. So let's get now. I want to do that. That was my worst joke yet. And the stream has just started. That means it's only up from here. Buckets. The real Keaton Huff. Eva. Also Eva. Shout out Eva. What? Okay, so at a really perfect opportunity, my audio just cut out. Okay, now it's good. Okay. Pretty nice.
You can't tell me shit. You know who I rep. Old that Sanjay Lick, them man get from early. People that like good music know how to hunt it down. Any stage show, I'll bun it down. Been doing this thing since 2003. So don't come here now, chatting shit like, oh my god, JME, that grime stuff is so in right now. Our label, yeah, but shut your mouth, I don't wanna talk. Keep your bread and your knife and fork. Don't waste time coming here chatting shit to me, blood. We're like cheese and chalk. Chalk and cheese, stop talking, please do 180 degrees and keep walking, breathe. No, don't ask for my number or email. No way from I don't want spam. You'll get a punch in the nose like blam. If you're desperate, then holler at Sam. Can't get through, yeah, that was the plan. Leave me alone, rude boy, just jam.
Cool.
Leave me alone, rude boy, just jam.
So grimy, really. But the first thing that came to my mind is like, it's a pretty simple like bass riff sound design stuff you have going on for here, right? So like kind of beginning. And I was just thinking like, you know, like the UK stuff is very like minimal and stuff, but what's the difference between sounding like minimal and like amateurish? It's like how tight your drums are. All right, so get tighter drums. No, I don't know. I just feel like I really want like more like tasteful, like mildly cheeky snare with like really low deep kick. You know what I'm saying?
You know who I rep. Old that Sanjay Lick, them man get from early.
Yeah, and the snare just sounds like very like dubsteppy.
People that like good music know how to hunt it down. Any stage show.
And like, I would also say like the hats can maybe be a little more up front. Also, there's like this just room reverb on the whole vocal, which I don't know if I really like. I feel like I might like it drier.
So don't come here now, chatting shit like, oh my god, JME, that grime stuff is. Can't tell me.
And also, just structure feels a little weird. You kind of like get into a beat drop, but then go right out of it. And then I feel like you don't have the biggest introduction. It was pretty much the same introduction, like transition into what's going on. Like, I feel like this one should deserve like more hype, seeing there's more sound design and dropping stuff.
Boys, better know, rack up the place. Don't act like you don't know. Big Nasty said, don't fuck up the place. Now I'm gonna reach for the sky. I don't do it how they didn't want to do it. I do it how they used to do it, but now they can't do it anymore. Now they see me doing it and they want to do it, but you can see obviously I'm doing it raw. Why are you stuttering for? The mic's in your hand, yeah, but you're not sure. JME will mash up a grime set, house set, dub set, 444. House set, dub set, 444.
Yeah. I like the sounds here. Like they go.
They show.
Something that I don't know can be fixed. They're just this like kind of like fizzy high end on stuff. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the detuney saw wave type high end. You know me. On the basses.
Obviously, I'm doing it. We'll mash up a grime set, house set, dub set, 444.
Yeah, and definitely like work on building hype here. Like if anything, like just take out the drums earlier here, and you'll feel a lot more tension versus just keeping the beat consistent. Yeah, give it those moments. And also, you could probably like work the bass and the rap together, like in a creative way by like doing a kind of call and response, like use the vocals and the fills or whatever, you know. Super solid. So I'm thinking it's quite solid professional sound mix. So the first thing I noticed going through this, I was like, I definitely wanted more variation when it hit this halfway point. You know, it could get a little like harmonic layered on it, you know, switch up the sound. You know, instead of it kind of goes can jump up higher with the harmonic. Just some type of more variation beyond just the slight flow change. Also, there's this kind of fill coming here. Yeah. This just doesn't sound as clean as the rest of the sounds. It just doesn't. It sounds more OTT. And it's a little narrower on stereo. Makes it stand out. And also, just for like general variation in sauce, I like how you're messing with the envelopes. That's just, it goes hard. I love doing that. I love that sound. But I think you're having the kind of speed they pluck at change, but I think you could also change the position they pluck at. So it's going like, you know, versus like if you change the position, it'll be, You know what I mean? It would be more filtered, and it can almost give you like a velocity type effect, just like another layer of automation on that. Could go crazy. Also, rim snare thing struck me a little loud at first. And I feel like especially changing that position can help you just bring accent to certain notes and just get more interesting phrases through that. Switch up the timbre. And also, it's very just like even though the envelope length is changing, it's very much the same envelope. You know, just you know, versus if you get a bit more different articulation. So you know what I mean? Just more like staccato, or one that's like really long attack, or I don't know. You know, just see how I can push that.
I fly like paper, get high like planes. If you catch me at the border, I got visas in my name. If you come around here, I'll make them all day. I get one down in a second if you wait. Sometimes I think every step I get to, I'm cooking. Everyone's a winner. Bonafide hustler, making my name.
So a few things. This going pretty hard. I would definitely say this is sounding like empty. Like this is fine as the very beginning, but I feel like it just kind of drops out here. Just like wants like another element or just something to fill up the empty spaces, even if it's just like a hi-hat, like it'll just make it not sound like it's like lifted up every time, like the vocals. Yeah, and I just feel like you could build more hype just consistently through here. And you have this filter, which is nice, but I would give it like a little more kind of riser effect. But that's a lot to expect from dubstep producers. I hate to say it. No. Another thing, like the melody. The melody. So you have it in down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. When it kind of wants to go down, 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 down. And then it would resolve with the bass line, just like have it a whole step lower on the
lethal poison.
Yeah, it just sounds dissonant. Every time that bang is hit, it's like, damn, I wish it would have went bang. Instead of bang, it goes bang. Yeah, just definitely more to fill up these breaks. Snares are my favorite, but I'm a snare hater. Yeah, Yeah, I feel like you definitely ought to change like this response sound right now. Do be kind of hitting on it though, low key style, no cap or whatever. Okay. Default PFP type beat. Okay, let me check my headphones. Okay, the stereo image is just insane on this. Like, I love what you have going on. Like, the arrangement was just really solid and a lot of musical ideas, which you don't hear enough of in bass music, raise the standard. But, what I would say, though, like, something up with the stereo, it just does not sound normal. Maybe you went too hard with the ambio. We've all been there. It's not worth it. Yeah. And the drop sounds like weird stereo and kind of like pan to one side. Like stereo image, like it just sounds super wide, like hard panned in some parts, but like completely mono in other parts. You know, we want it even, a lot cleaner. And yeah, the arrangement is really cool, and I like this drop riff. Just it's really cool and epic sounding and stuff. And I would say though, like, the drop sound design, just about everything in it, like in the variations and the layers, they all sound like crazily OTT'd. So dial that back, push a little more saturation instead of the OTT, give it a little EQ if you really need. But yeah, don't go too crazy on that because we're just hearing this like thinness and just like fizzy, harsh, high end. And also just don't go too hard on EQ. It sounds like you're almost like cutting out all the mids from it. And then these are just a little flippy. It's a cool track. Like super solid arrangement, probably some of the best arrangement we hear here. But yeah, just mix is irking me. But solid nonetheless, and I don't know, could have varied this a little. We love the harmonic series. Yeah. Definitely wants more going on for the intro. Why is this like flipping the stream? Yeah, so I would, well, get more going on in the arrangement. I'll talk more about that. But like the harmonic series going crazy, but you pushed it too loud, and it's like having this clippiness on it that makes me so sad. I want to hear the pure sine waves that God created, not these machine mangled mutants. All right. Also, like, as for what to add. Yeah, you just hear a lot of that like clippiness, which I don't know. Just keep it under control. You can have some. It definitely sounds better on some elements than others, but. And yeah, I mean, I would just keep it to like the 4 kind of 8 bar rule. Like you want something adding or changing every like 4, 8, 16 bars, you know, in those intervals, and it'll just ensure that it doesn't sound like, oh, like nothing's happened yet, you know. Yeah, I would say, like, it's not that you shouldn't repeat. I mean, we definitely want variation, and I mentioned that, but it's also like you can have more repetition if the original phrase you have is more complex or longer. Cause it's pretty much just 1, 2, like 2 bars, like 1, 2, 3, and that's it. Versus if we have and you just extend that phrase a little longer, have a little more interest in it, then that would carry the whole thing a long way. You can even have it be like A, B section, you know, and then all of a sudden you have 2 like separate 8-bar phrases responding to each other, you know, which is even more interesting phrase. And you could repeat that and go even harder. Yeah, This whole thing is very clippy, which is uncalled for. Simply uncalled for. Sounds pretty knocking. See, this is made a lot more interesting just by it varying. And, you know, pauses in the phrase give it a lot of context, you know. If everything's held, then it's like, goes together. Large. Miss me through the phone. Announcement. This is your last chance to submit a tune. After this song, no more. Yeah, I would just increase the pace of the V word. No, just the pace of things adding. You know, and if you're hesitant to like add things more often, right, might feel less laid back or whatever to up or something. I don't know. What I would do is just make it more dynamic in those sections, you know, so it always sounds like, you know, and even though it's the same thing repeating, that dynamic just gives it a new layer to expand into.
I saw you in a dream, futuristic architecture. The doors were automatic and they had a shiny texture. The sun was bouncing off every freckle on your cheek. And you said the 3 words that you know would make me weak. Your eyes a galaxy which I get lost in for weeks. Like the night you held my hand until you fell asleep. You said I love you again. You said I love you again. Your voice a melody that sang me to sleep. The perfect remedy for an overflow of sheep. I started dreaming again. I started dreaming again.
Solid. No, super solid. Solid doesn't cut it. No, that was hard at the end. Yeah, like the end holds its own. Just this section, obviously. And it hits harder in context of the whole piece, I think, which is important and notable. But I think you could do a little more to keep up interest, like in these type of bits. There's like this lack of like mono high end, high end, not me stuttering, like high. Another thing, like in the vocal, this is kind of the effect of it, but it has this like radio, like phone effects, right? But there's just like big kind of distortion peaks, like in those strong vowels, like E's, you know, like sheep, it goes E. So you could probably fix that with like compression or EQ. If you care, that's quite. Yeah, it feels like there's room on like the high highs, and maybe you could like have these layers more up there, or give it a little more bass. Oh my God, this guy's too quick. He was literally waiting. This guy. Oh my God. He's popping off. He got 3 reposts already. I have something else to say about this. Do I? Oh yeah, it reminds me like in like the vocal execution where it's like, oh, I'm not trying, like I'm just like so vulnerable, right? They're just like something like the Stroke set or something, where it's like their music kind of has that feel like they're lazy and like not trying or something, right? But like that's their like vibe. That's what they do. But they said like it's not really like an effortless thing. They spend a lot of time trying to make it sound like effortless, you know? I think that applies to a lot of things, just like intention and everything. Even if your intention is you want to sound like you have no intention, even though that like doesn't make okay. Instant classic. Y'all gotta turn this one up. So mellowed, very much an indica type beat. Got me sipping on that drink. That femboy piss drink. Oh, there they go. There they go. Am I right, fellas? Banger. I would study to this beat, I'll be honest. Got me feeling real low fidelity. I would say like this is a flawless masterpiece because of cover art and the related tracks go kind of hard. Like, how'd you set this up? Okay. Real though, like what I would do to this, no more jokes. Yeah, like it sounds like it wants vocals. It sounds like it wants more of like a lead line. I don't know what that would be. Like, gotta be careful because you might interrupt the vibe. But you know, you want something up front, like singing. It could be like a little vocal chop or like bendy, like. No, that's not sax. It's actually pitch bent saw wave solo. Big difference. Another thing, the hats sound a little loud. Could be like a little click here. Just a little tighter. I also think it could be cool out of section to take the pad and like start fluttering it, like the beat drop. It's beat drop. I can't do it. But they're like, you know, you give it the volume warble effect. RC20 on the master. That's another thing, like little like kind of warble vinyl effect could go. Yeah, and the kick adds here. I feel like there could be a little more to make this section iconic, or like it's kind of sticking to the main vibe, but we can like push it a little further. We can like push it in a new direction instead of like kind of returning to the same. We'll be like, oh shit, like you thought we were done. Like now we go into the hard beat. Now it's. Shadow Buddy, you really failed me. What is going on? This is a very deep album cover. Not anyone will recognize this. Only those with eyes to see. Shadow Buddy, what you have to do is click the share button, and then the track will work. And we will all rejoice.
Somebody get that.
Banger. Real. Authentic. Certified non-GMO.
Say fuck off.
Banger. No, it went crazy. I like how we just have this like motorcycle idling sound for the whole drop. And I don't know, like this stands out, like something about like the way like you mix the basses. It sounds like ridiculously upfront and like close and personal. Almost to the point it was too damn loud, like when it came from the break, though. So that's really like the dark side of success. Yeah, I like the first drop more. It sounded more full up front. It just had more riffiness and harmonics, right? While this didn't have as much riffiness or harmonics. What am I supposed to do?
Somebody say fuck off.
Yeah, just more like rhythmic. I mean, I feel like if you're gonna stick... I mean, like, this drop dwarfs the other one, really, because it has more, like, riffiness, more notes, more sound design variation, more phrases, more call and response, you know? Because I was gonna say, like, if you're gonna keep it on the root note, I feel like you might as well have more just phrasing throughout that, you know, switching sounds, different sounds from the root note, right? And, like, more rhythms to create the phrase, you know? But, like, this checks more boxes. What, you can't argue with that. Oh yeah, also, like, I was supposed to cut off submissions like an hour ago. How many villains sent overtime? So many. It was like 11, I guess. I'll just say no mas, because these are all about on time. Like, at least give it a little call, you know, boom, ding, 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 you know, I don't know, give us some. Oh, whom's in here? You know I gotta let that one slide. If I were evil. If I were a liar. Okay. Do I have anything else to say here? Yeah, I could have more going on, more character, you know. Like, really, like, your intros and breaks can set the context for your whole tune. Because there's actually supposed to be music there in most songs. No, I didn't mean it like that, but you go with it.
To the
Variation.
Wait.
Wait, you can't just gloss over that way.
Wait.
That reverse one go crazy. Quite crazy. I would think like the mix down is pretty clean as is, but I think like just pushing it louder and like more in your face, big stereo basses, a lot more upfront than like all the percussion stuff. That would push it to the next level of hype and energy and vibes. They just sound behind the rest of the mix. Space. We just switching out full projects. I said full 360, like that's not the thing. It's like a 180 is what you're supposed to say. Alright. I just gotta say, like I think it would have been crazier if this was like more mixed in to here. What is this vocal effect? Tell me now. That's crazy. Pitch map on it? Oh, nah. This was sick. Like, dare I say, actually, like, worth the 5 minutes the track was, which is crazy for a feedback stream. Yeah, I just think some weird stuff in the mix. Like, you have some stuff so stereo it just sticks out from the rest and sounds more upfront than, I guess, what we want up front. I would just say, like, within these smaller sections, I mean, it's a lot to ask because these are already very different sections, right? But I would say, like, make the phrases and just the moments in them feel more, like, distinct from each other in some fashion. You know, like, at times in the first drop, it just sounds like we're, like, riffing off drop idea to drop idea versus, like, there's a clear vibe being portrayed and this clear vibe is being modulated. You know what I'm saying?
Relax.
Yeah, this vocal processing, crazy. Drive in auto-tune. I think that. Anything else for me to say? I don't know, like when you're doing stuff on the guitar, I feel like you probably want a little more up front. Another thing is, it's like when you're riffing on it, you know, like we can noodle on it, but or like on an instrument, but I feel like when you start to have repeated phrases, that's when it really starts to take form, you know. That's broad, but and you just pretty much, I don't know. I just want something with the chords, like maybe like voice them a little different, have the voices vary. No, that's crazy, Shadow Buddy, because I said that it didn't work, and you have to share the thing unless you fixed it. Oh my God, he fixed it. No, he didn't. You have to hit the share. Change the voicings, like change progression, have maybe like second time it repeats be a little like kind of turn around. Or just a bit more like rhythmically distinct versus instead of just dan, 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 dan.
Someone go tell Noel to get it backwards. Money got my whole family going backwards. No dinners, no holidays, no nothing. There's issues at hand that we're not discussing. I did not sign up for this. My uncle used to have all these things on his bucket list. And now he's acting like, oh well, this is life, I guess. Now fuck that shit. Listen, man, you can still do what you wanna do. You gotta trust that shit. Heard once that in God times when you need a sign, that's who made him feel. Yes, since my text message didn't resonate, I just said it here. Hate the back of my cooped up in the apartment. Telling herself that she's too sick to get dressed up and go do shit like that's true shit. And all my family from the M-town that I've been around start treating me like I'm him now. Like we don't know each other, we ain't grow together, we just friends now. Shit got me feeling pinned down. Pick the pen up and put the pen down. Writing to you from a distance like a pen pal when we been down.
Yeah. More like with the weird stereo. Like I feel like the vocals are so stereo. And the basses are like kind of placed in a reverb. I don't know, it just sounds out of space. Go with the hard though. This is just the curse of the evening. We're done. Okay.
Times when you need a sign, that's who made him feel. Yes, since my text message didn't resonate, I just said it here. Hate the back of my cooped up in the apartment.
I don't know, and there's just like emptiness to it that might be just from the placement in the mix. You know, you want those basses to feel like front and center. Also, I feel like maybe like a sustained bass could like make it sound just fuller, just sustained sub bass instead of just the wubs. Sustained stub. I don't necessarily mean sustained bass, but sure.
Treat me like I'm him now, like we don't know each other, we ain't grow together, we just friends now.
And the kick is just very transient. I like kicks that you can like feel the lows and mids more. Flocture bass, let's go. Oh my gosh, the dynamics too, the filter. That's all I want out of these, real. That progression. It's crazy. Drums always immaculate. Always. I would say what stood out to me, this first ear sound be hurdy on my ears. The ear sound, yeah. Now I would just like give it a little compression so it's not so, you know? And I agree, a little bit of phasiness, but I've come to accept it. I don't resist life. And also sometimes, I don't know if there's a way to fix this, but I don't know, just like hitting 3 like droppy moments in here, I don't know, sometimes feels like a lot. It feels like a lot. And like even if these sections do have sauce in them, I feel like it's easy to get overshadowed. Like, okay, this is the just leading to the next section rather than like its own vibe deal. Or even you could just like have this kind of be here, I don't know. Yeah, and you go super wide with the stereo. You like Haas effect stuff, which is aight, but I don't know. I save Haas for like less main focus stuff, more stuff I really want to push far on the sides, you know, because I want it main focus stuff. I want it like evenly pan, so it's not like leaning one side or the other. And I also want it like more full spectrum stereo, while Haas just gets it on the far sides, you know. And this bass could have like a little more like closing envelope on it, I feel. I don't know, it just could sound a little cleaner. And I don't know, a little more introduction. It's kind of heavy, kind of hot to put it in at the end, but I don't know how I would rework that, if I even would, given the chance. Okay, was the link fixed? You said I don't know how to fix it, but I resent it through the share link. But like that's how you fix it. That's the whole point. That's how you did it. I'm celebrating. Shadow, but what the? I'm so disturbed, I'll be honest. Yeah, that's what I would say. Just watch high highs, make sure to get plenty of like mids and warpness. Nice. Also, sub on the last track was immaculate and like bubble type sub. This one's also nice. What happened? Weird transition. Cool. Yeah, that was a pretty nice track. I don't know. Just I think the mix threw me off. It's like not the mix. I say like mix, like, oh, you gotta make it sound gooder. You know, like it's just the fact that like what's hitting me in the face isn't what wants to be the biggest, you know? And it's like what wants to be the biggest is like taking a back seat, you know? It's like you're like building like a big tower, and it's like you're stacking up a pyramid, and like you have like a random big part in the middle, but like it's supposed to like big is on the bottom, and it like gets smaller. Okay. Anyway, yeah, like just drums up front. Drums aren't super up front, and I think they should be sidechain, especially for this 4 on the floor type thing. Like a bit deeper sidechain. And all your sound design sounds very like high register, like high octave, high format, you know? Like there's plenty of room for stuff like on that, in that lower sub frequency range, that mid range. And it almost makes this drop, which you want like be the most hype, biggest moment. It makes it sound smaller than what's before it. Just because it's more high-endy, you know, and just kind of misses out on the full spectrum of stuff. Yeah, drums like super up front. Some lower register stuff. And I feel like you have the kick pattern, like it already feels a little fast just with the BPM and it being 4 on the floor. But I feel like you make like that I can accept that, right? But the fact that like you have a lot more kicks going in between the 4 on the floor, I feel like that just makes it feel like a little too like hectic for like, I don't know, like it doesn't feel like something I could like lock into the groove to, you know, in terms of like mid-tempo-y stuff because of that. I guess. And snare sound loud. Way more kick. This is, anyone else seeing this? Buckets on Flock Feedback Friday flip. Oh my god. Maybe your best. Sounds going foolish. yeah, it's just solid. Like I like the intro. Like it didn't sound like bass music intro. I mean, like it did, but it actually had like musical qualities to it. Which when you sit down and you're like bass music intro, that's a lot. Yeah, and the sound design sounds were different and hit me. And builds tension in a really creative way here. And this is the sad truth of it, like this isn't my favorite sound ever. I like this noisy one, but this just general like phasey kind of harmonic bass. It was never my favorite. But my ops now. Yeah, and I would maybe like compress the high end bits, cause like if you're listening to this super loud, like some of those jumping through. Actually, you need Soothe. It's $200. It goes on sale. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Just don't talk. Yeah, I like the second drop more in terms of drops. Snare a little loud, like everyone putting their snares too loud secretly. Don't tell them I noticed this. Yeah, it's just solid, it's enjoyable. I feel like this part could have a little more sauce. No, I will not further specify. Yeah, one of the best tracks of the night, for sure. Oh my god, they're inside. Help. My ops, they're tickling my nose, they're gonna make me sneeze. I knew they would do this. True. They won the battle, but not the war. I like this. It's opening. And this pad sounds big as hell. No, but it's gonna get too loud and bright and OTT and clippy. I know it. I hear it starting already. No. Alright, did it. Not too bad. Pretty cool. Your stuff definitely has gotten better. I would say what stands out, this pretty clean, pretty solid. There's just like residual, just brightness over everything, which infuriates me so deeply. And yeah, I think these super saws could be like maybe a little more like high saws, high octave saws on them, and maybe like a little bit of rubba-da-da-bubba. Like mid scoop, high boost. I don't know. Just mess with the post processing. It just sounds like a little hurry. I definitely wanted variation here. I feel like I've heard enough of my future bassy saws here, and then you're like, you know what? The people want more. Bring it back. Bring it back. And it's especially a little weird to go from like the drop, break, back to the same. When it's like in context of like another drop here, I guess. I don't know. That's another thing. This almost doesn't feel very droppy, like a huge climatic drop, even though it sounds nice. But I would mess with the arrangement here. You know, take out the drums, give it a little more of a pre-drop moment. Give it a little like riser, audio effect, filter, whatever you need to create that tension, create that moment. Yeah, make those moments, you know. Everything fades out. You know. Yeah. Still, like, my number one criticisms for Dean 48 for history. This will be on his, like, headstone or whatever. It's like gravestone, headstone. Is that the same thing? Like, too many saw waves. No, like, it just adds this, like white noise high into everything if you just kind of, like, stack too many and put OTTs on it. Yeah, definitely repeated by that point, but hello. Yeah, and there's just a lot of like kind of reverb stuff stacking up. I'll just be extra careful with that. No, I've been gravitating towards like delays for space instead of reverb. Can just sound a lot cleaner if you're stacking a lot of stuff, and save reverb for like really important thing. I don't know. Mess with it. Mess with it. And I would change like these chord voicings for some points, or like you kind of use your melody to accent different like colors out of it, you know. Even if it's the same looping progression, you can push more expression out of it rather than the same loop, even with the same sounds. What the hell? Tracks get longer every Feedback Friday. The saws are a wave, Drew. This is factual. Sounds pretty cool though. Where the hell is this sub-bass hitting? Just in the other room. No, it kinda hits. crazy. I really like the style you've had developing. Very psychedelic in nature, truly. I would say, like, yeah, I noticed the sub sitting weird. It's like sounds there, but it's almost like the way the stereo is kind of meshing with it. Maybe not enough mono on the mid bass. Also, I really like how you have it's really like variations on a theme. Like we say variations in the sense like, okay, 8 bars of path, we change it. It is that, but more fundamentally, it's just the fact that you have a main idea and you can express it in a lot of different ways, that you can explore it a lot of different places and it sounds cohesive. And I think this drop explores that, you know, this and you have all sorts of crazy things riffing off that, you know, just solid. I mean, it's kind of the way to do it in electronic instead of going for harmony, rhythm, melody. It's sound design, you know, because that's a whole new dimension of music. We have access to that no other real music has, you know. And that also means it's more complex. So, like, if you're doing as complex, like, arrangements as, like, classical or something and doing, like, the craziest solos in jazz or whatever, you know, and progressive metal arrangement, who knows, like whatever's complex, right? If you're trying to do that and sound design at the same time, it gets out of hand, you know? So I feel like you need to keep some type of consistent ground to really push boundaries in the sound, you know? I feel like, I mean, this is kind of the feel, but it's got that, like, drunken feel or whatever, right? I feel like you can do something to lock in the pulse a bit more, or not lock in the pulse, but just turn the rhythm into something more satisfying, you know? Maybe that means, like, groovy. Maybe it doesn't. No, that part's on another level, honestly. It was too powerful. No, that's so crazy. And he know he did some, so he's just leaving it silent at the end. Like the thing is, like, I don't know, it's crazy. You don't really just have a feeling like that. It's almost like, it reminds me, like, if someone's, like, shredding on a solo and they're just, like, hitting such, like, fast, like, licks and runs and stuff that they just, like, transcend or something. You know? It's, like, not complexity, like, for the sake of complexity. It's a, like, actually convey something, and I think you did that here. You know, just very out there arrangement, but it manages to get just this insane transcendent feeling across or some shit. Who knows? Yeah. Well, it's like, this part just goes crazy. That's it. It just conveys something very different from a lot of bass music, you know, like it like does make it like a journey, you know. It's not just variation because, okay, I gotta check the variation box so Bunting is happy. It's like it went on a musical adventure, like, and very whimsical. The song's very intentional and conveyed it well. Keep digging for it. Ouch.
Little stupid ass.
I feel like I don't know if this wants to be a break or like wants to be a second drop or variation on second drop, but it's not living up to any of those, and I'm a hater for that. No, I don't know. This part went crazy. I'm not sure what this part's trying to be. His motives are unknown. It can definitely be of a drop of its own. It just needs more placement. It just feels like tagged on to the end of the craziest bit.
I don't fuck with.
Yeah, and just take it to like a distinct break. You know, take it away from this kind of dry, deep feel. Some. Could have more tension, you know. Oh. Also, there's just like kind of dangerous high frequency on this bass that I wouldn't want there. Could like make your pet rats deaf. Only dogs can hear it. Yeah, like I'm not feeling these, like, you have these drop sections and then it just kind of like fades out to like half a drop, a husk of its former self, but not yet committing to the lower vibe. Okay. No, like just take it to a more distinct break rather than just kind of like weaning out of the drop and being like, okay, we still bouncing though, like I'm chill like that. Yeah, just those after drop sections don't feel right. You know, give them something. Give them something of their own that isn't bass sound design, right? Because if you're like, okay, the thing is bass sound design and flows, then the first drop took the cake for that. Okay, and if you offer people the same thing, but like an inferior version of it, they're not going to want it, you know? So what I want you to do, even though it sounds bad, it's just like offer something different, you know? Like, it's like, all right, here's your meal. It's like a delicious slice of cake with like a kind of decent slice of cake, right? Or would you rather have like a delicious slice of cake with like a little ice cream on the side? You know what I'm saying? Just get one section like more atmospheric, more different, trying to go for different stuff. It's not necessarily a worse cake. It's just like a smaller cake. Okay. Okay. And Sedan, the official Sedan, I believe, if that's your full title, you gotta click the share button and send that link, because that link will work. This link does not. That's what they won't tell you. That's what Rocket Powered Sound will not tell you. He will tell you how to pick up women, though. I would trust him for that. Visit rocketpoweredsound.com for more information. Zealous Meyer. Peace, Magdalene Love Vibe. This is lovely. The progression is moving. I like the earlier bit. Imagine chord progression, question mark. Hello? Hi. Okay. Pass the sauce, bro. Yes, this gives me major like video game-ish type vibrations. And it's lovely. And yeah, I like those chords and the way they kind of progress, build, and the build up, you know, give it variation and more story. And yeah, it's just a nice kind of like offbeat, chill, gamey vibe. And the patch on is pretty nice too. Y'all snares stay too loud though. And there's just this kind of like, the chords are like floating so angelically and magically over this sea of mud and filth in the mid low end. What's going on? Like, is this an artistic ideal? Wait, Eva got it? Why would you get it without me? Why would you? Okay. Literally, I've been replaced. Eva wanted me to open like her jar of sauce, and she just, I got it. Like, fuck if I know, bro. No, but besides my like beautiful like depiction, yeah, it just sounds muddy in the low mids. Like, there's just kind of too much stuff stacking up, so I don't really want reverb going on there. Just between like the kick, it's kind of melting in with the rest. I feel like that position. You go dun dun dun. You want dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Just dun dun is very tense interval. It sounds more minor, I guess. I don't know. If you ask me. Yeah, just clean up the post on that low bass. Get the kick tight with it. Maybe kind of just switch it a little away from this just kind of airy feel the whole time. Yeah. Yeah. I'm on one, as some would say. No, I would never say that. Ouchie type beat. Ouchie on my ears type of beat. Very by this point. You felt that clear like 8-bar divide. You want a little extra something to add. And then it's gonna change up here. Once that subby 808 so bad it crazy. So yeah, this is having a lot more structure than your other stuff, which is good. This is solid. This is solid progress. And that was the feedback I was giving you. So you win feedback. I would say though, so you have these like bigger moments of stuff changing, right? But I feel like around these halfway points in these sections, a little more can add or change. And also, like, instead of just, well, it's not just putting things in or out in the arrangement. Instead of just doing that, it's like try to give each distinct section its own like texture, its own feel. That like even at a glance, you don't even have to read into it. You can just immediately feel the difference, feel the vibe, feel the shift. Yeah, and there's just these kind of frequencies just stacking up behind. You have this like screechy metal sound with the airy pad kind of in the same range, which makes them a little hard to pick apart from each other, versus like you can have the pad like an octave lower and everything would sit nicer. Also, it's just kind of the phrase is a little hard. You know, you just kind of have like that rhythm and like versus I think if you switch that pad, gave the pad a bit more of a chord progression, and made that little a little more tonal, a little more melody, a little more phrase, a little more repeated, it would be more palatable. And it's like this section here, you can take some stuff out, make a distinct section, give it its own texture, to speak back on that. What?
Bagels with cream cheese on top, and then maybe like an apple juice or something. Apple juice or something. Apple juice or something. Apple juice. Apple juice. Apple juice. Apple.
mixing. You can't do that. Yeah, yeah, it's bad. You can't do that. Yeah, that was nice. I liked it. I feel like you're on the right track, and like if you just keep kind of pushing it in like the direction that like it's telling you to push it in, then like it'll be good. Can I just say that to everyone? Like you're on the right track. Keep going forward. Never give up. And honestly, that'd be better advice. It would be less confusing. It would be more direct. Okay. But what I would actually say, this first sounds crazy. I think like a little more consistent volume between basses and a little more consistent stereo image could make them all smash together a little more. And I would have gave it like, cause like when the drop first hits, I feel like this fits for a lot of drop. When the drop first hits, it's like the effect, like it sucks everything out of the room, and it's like whoa, it's so dry and bass and loud, right? And like you want it extra loud if you want to have it so dry, right? Just compressed or whatever, so it fills up all the little spots. But I feel like as it goes on, people like the novelty of the dryness kind of wears off, and that's when people want to start more layers. They want more musical interest going on, like more variations. In this case, I feel like I want like more depth out of it since it's been kind of dry for a while. Even if you're adding little variations, the texture still feels the same. So like you kind of have a little break here to switch that up, or like add some like kind of atmospheric-ish layers, a little melody, a little something, or just get these textures in the second half more distinct and kind of place it to make it feel its own kin among itself. I don't know.
Like apple juice or something. Maybe like.
Yeah, just you want the like the phrases or the sounds to just be so unmistakably distinct from each other. You know that. They're not always distinct, but you like want them to flow and just like feel made for each other and feel like you get them. I don't know. This is very unhelpful. It could be worse though. Always.
Delicate blows hot as kettle get now. If you ain't fucking with that, you must be celibate.
You ain't fucking with that, you must be celibate. Bars.
Come on. Mommy, if you got a bad ass, make it see.
Now if you ain't fucking with that.
So definitely once like breaks in the middle, like I think that they just refresh things. And a mix out if the DJ's played your song long enough.
Now if you ain't fucking with that.
You must be celibate. I know the line.
You must be celibate.
See, I knew it. Yeah, and there's a lot of like harsh high-end stuff, which will break ears. Like dog whistle territory.
Mommy, if you got a bad
This shit'll make.
And yeah, I mean, similar feedback to the other stuff in arrangement. Like, you want sections that feel very texturally different, I feel.
Come on.
I don't know. I feel like it wants, there's just this mild like emptiness to it. Maybe just try to fill every little gap with some type of fill business, or you know, give it like more of a sense of depth, like atmosphere, in a sense.
Celibate.
Yeah. Number one priority, like it just wants a break there. I feel. Because even if I was paying attention, like it just ends up feeling a little monotonous, even if there is variation, you know. It's just not distinct enough to pick out at a glance, you know. Which is the only way people listen to music these days. This is insane. Okay, never mind. Morty. What the? Like from Family Guy? Love that show. Thanks. No, thank you, Adam. Another thing I noticed, well, this could be intentional, is just like the kick has this just soft clippiness, which is aight. It's not my favorite. Sometimes it goes. Just sounds a little like boxy, in a sense. I don't know. I tell people though, like, or I've said this on stream in long form, but like what soft clipping does, it gets it a little louder, but a lot of the loudness is coming from it has more mid and high frequencies, which you hear more than low end, right? But the thing is, you don't need to slap on like the soft clipper or like distortion to get that out of a sound. You know, you can simply layer things on it that might be more pleasant than the distortion sound to get those mid-high range that distortion is giving you. Yeah. I took it too far this time. Subjective. I'm surprised I'm not bored to death by this, considering it hasn't done much. But that says something about it. Like the vibe just kind of sounds pleasant. It's got the tranciness. there's almost something to say about just insanely repeated lines. It's that like insanely repetitive stuff almost gets better the longer you hear it. Like a 4 on the floor kick somehow gets better the longer it's played. Even though a lot of you might disagree with that. It's just like the hypnoticness of it. And just keep this in mind in your arrangement, you know? You know, even if your song has about the same texture the whole time, you might be varying it just a hair too much in order to get that satisfying repetition versus a repetition that sounds monotonous. It's not truly repeating it. Okay, it said about what it wants to say though. Yeah, it goes pretty deep. I don't know, I'm not a techno expert, so I can't say what I might want out of this. I would say, go out and buy a rat from, like, a rat breeder. Get some pet rats. No. What I would say is, I mean, it kind of applies to anything, right? Techno, it's very, like, drony, right? But I would make, if you're trying to get this, like, trancey, deep techno feel, I feel like you want sounds that really pull you in deeper, you know? Like, these sounds are cool and, like, ear candy-y, right? But they can have that, like, harmonic shifting, like, filteriness to them, or, like, the super, like, lush, trippy reverb delay stuff. You know, just see, like, don't just settle for, like, a little sample hit, you know? Like, see how deep you can pull people with just sound effects, you know, which a lot of time people overlook. Yeah, and I agree. Filter variation and transition sounds, yeah. Because, yeah, you can just give it more, like, dynamic push and pull, you know? It kind of is enticing as is, but it could be even more if you just give it this forward, dun, 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 like it always creeping up towards something. And you can have a big moment where it's fulfilled, or it's like a more anticlimax if you're really rude. Lead and techno. Someone fact check him. I don't know, I feel like with this stuff, you don't want to get very melodic. It's all about just like exploring rhythms and textures, and I think you could have pushed the rhythms and the textures you explored more. And that's that. That's that. Cool title. Wow.
I find it really easy to be extremely hard on myself sometimes. This practice has been life-changing for me because it's allowed me, through art making, to find true moments of peace away from my harsh inner critic.
like I like these big change ups, but I find it pretty engaging as is, right? Could have more, introducing more varying, right? At the halfway points, you know, like if you have the slightest feeling not enough is going on, just like do the halfway points, okay. The thing is, like, I can see where you're coming from if you choose not to add more variation, because that's part of, like, the techno trancey feel, like, hypnoticness we were talking about is that, and you don't want to break that. The thing is, I feel like there's a sweet spot between adding just interest to keep people who aren't engaged, and adding interest subtly enough that the people are deeply engaged. Their vibe, they're not jolted out of the vibe, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. Just experiment with that. And there's just like big, just like high-end brightness stacking up, which I'm not a biggest fan of. Like, you're laying down some guitar, but it's just being so overpowered by the sound design. Yeah, I feel like you want just to be able to hear a little more of these moving elements rather than this static element. You know, it's the static element's very upfront, yet the elements that we need to be in more focus to see more detail in are being obfuscated, if you like big words.
Find it as the process by itself is sand.
Okay. I had to do that. Self-care. And just watch for these like bits of resonance. Compression can be nice sometimes. We often think of compression like, oh, big loud slam, super compressed beat. But like if you know what compression does, it can also make stuff gentler. And sometimes gentle is what you want. Am I right, gamers? Gamers understand the virtue in gentleness. They will not succumb to brutes. That's pretty neat. I don't know. Like I was with it, but it just took a big shift towards corny label EDM song or a dubstep song, right here, And I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. Okay. Talented little break and everything. Top 10 most high-end beats of all time. Number 2. Too bright for real. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So yeah, definitely too much high end. I don't know. I think that's it. That's throwing me off a lot. And it sounds like you're having like layers on the high end too, which is overkill. And another thing, it's not just like the high end just being loud, it's also like it being compressed, I guess. It's like, it kind of gives everything this just like fuzz, like fizzy effect, as I call it for some reason. Even though like fizzy sounds kind of cool, like, ooh, like a fizzy bass. No, but it's not in the good way, it's like phasey, I guess. But yeah, it sounds like everything has like the same high end, you know, which kind of takes away from me feeling the contrast and the textures between the sounds, which might be like too much distortion, too much OTT, like multi-band compression stuff. It also can be a bunch of SoundCloud compression, but SoundCloud compression is actually perfect. It's without flaw. If it deems your song unworthy and like makes it sound completely different, you deserved it. You will learn this with time. This doesn't apply to Austral Iris, it just applies to you. I'm talking about you. Let's go. This beat got me. Oh, 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 yeah, oh, oh, oh. How is Bunting what? That percussion loop hard. Sneeze. I'm great. I'm great. I'm great. I'm great. Bunting's great. Especially greater with this lovely beat to soothe my soul. Percussion loop part. I like how you like place it in the reverb. That's a funky thing to do. And it has this like darkness to it. Like I don't know. The vibe kind of goes together, even though like it's not super clean around the edges. Thank you so much. Yeah, it sounds like you're varying the bass line too much. Like you have a cool kind of progression to start off with, then you like extend it to a different thing, and then a different thing, and then I'm like, whoa, bro, can we go back to the main thing? And then you extend it to a different thing, and I'm lost. And only Christ may save me at this point. But just repeat it. And also, the kind of in the bass line, you're outlining different chords with the bass notes you hit, like dan dan dan. Okay. And you want to reflect that in your melodies. Like I hear that in the background melody, or like a little flute. But in that main, you know, that just ends up sounding dissonant with some of the bass notes you choose. So I would just, you know, like good melodies usually just they play off the notes of the chord. So bass note, find your chord tones, build your melodies to kind of gravitate around those, and you'll have pretty good melody if the rhythm's nice. Okay. And you could honestly just like kind of repeat this section, and then it'll be like a B section, then you vary it, and then like you have a longer song. I'm not accepting tunes. I hate tunes and also tracks, especially beats. I definitely feel like a little more filter opening could have made that even more beautiful and intense and moving. Samey at this point. Definitely want like a bridge. Yeah, so I would say okay. I would say mix down is a big thing. Definitely wanted like a bridge section kind of for this, I guess, third chorus you would call it if you want to say it like that. As for the mix, just sounds clippy in places. Make sure you just have a clean stereo image. Don't clip, don't saturate too much, don't saturate till it sounds dirty and yucky. For this stuff, I feel like you want it pretty clean. Don't use too much OTT, don't use too little. That's it. Now, honestly, like on most sounds, like just a tiny bit of saturation and like just enough OTT will be enough. You know, if the sound's well designed, you won't, anything more than that won't really make it better. Unless you're talking about adding more sound design to it, then. It needs more low end. It just has this like bandpass resonant effect. Like it's almost like clippy in this like bandpassy range. Yeah, give it a little more of this like filter opening. Yeah, and this part just felt especially weak. It was kind of like just rehashing more of the same, but in a very drawn out way. I have no idea what that means. I'll be honest. Yeah, just give it more like mid bass kind of layer. Like I feel like you want that if you're trying to go for a loud saw sound, and just be a little gentler on the clippiness, and all that. Like I've heard of Passion Pit, but I don't understand how like what high end Passion Pit vibes means. You know. That's like saying like, oh, this is giving me like silly little goofy turtle in a swamp vibes. And I'm like, what does that mean? It's like, you don't know what a turtle is? Yes, I know what a fucking turtle. Are you kidding? What, do I really have to do this? Why am I not logged in? I hate Spotify. I hate Spotify. I hate songs. I hate music. I hate Spotify. I hate Cuddy. He think he kid Cuddy. He think he kid see ghosts. Okay. Now we're cooking. No, we're not.
But I think this is one of the great questions in physics and philosophy. Where are the aliens?
I hate Elon Musk.
Maybe they're among us. I don't know.
Among us? I hate Among Us.
Well, that's a really tough one to say. It's called the Fermi paradox. Like, where are the aliens?
Beat hard.
There are so many planets out there, and the universe is almost 14 billion years old. Why aren't the aliens everywhere? And this is one of the most perplexing questions. If there are super intelligent aliens out there, they're probably already observing us. That would seem quite likely. And we're just are not smart Consciousness.
Pretty solid.
It's the next step, actually, because you really
It bounces, it vibes, it goes official, very official. Well, this is a weird thing to make, but it really resonates. Okay, it's just the mix on the hi-hat. It just sounds like whippy. It sounds like I like cooking up a beat and I like fuck it. I don't need to mix the hi-hat right now. It's just sticking out. It's not that it's like atrocious in the mix. It just gives me that vibe. Yeah, it's probably just too loud in the mix. And I just feel like the drums are sitting very much in front of the basses. Like push the basses more forward, push the drums a little more back. So they're like on the same plane of existence or whatever, if you wanna, if that'll get the message through.
Basically, if it took an extra 10% longer for conscious life to evolve on Earth, it wouldn't evolve at all, because it would have been incinerated by the sun. It appears that consciousness is a very rare and precious thing, and we should take whatever steps we can to preserve the light of consciousness. If there are super intelligent aliens out there, they're probably already observing us.
The piano on the beat.
And we're just unspoken.
Oh, nice phrase. These sounds and mixes clean. Like it's just clean post-process, clean sound design. What the?
If there are super intelligent aliens out there, they're probably already ready.
Yeah. Pretty clean. Give it a little more variation at the halfway point to the drops. Mix clean. Level those kicks and drums a little different for me, just for me. Yeah, and this build-up felt a little dry. I said it once, I'll say it again, and I'll say it a lot of times because I love just hearing myself talk, apparently. It's, drum builds are the last resort, like when you're trying to create tension. You know? You can use drum builds, but if you just put so much weight on the drum build and not to the arrangement behind it, it's going to sound very amateur. Well, it passes, just a little more filtering, a little more layers, a little more riser building, a little more tension in other saucy ways, in a sense. Somebody be this man's 6-monthly listener. Cool chops. So you notice, like, not a whole lot dropped yet, but the rhythm kind of solidified and added some drum stuff, which makes it progress, but not in a very transparent way, which is a good thing. Snare loud though. I don't know. Felt like it was kind of building up to more of a climax, but then it just kind of went out. And then it kind of went to this, and this feels pretty samey. Texture-wise, it's still very like kind of airy, like legato, like rhythm movements, like kind of not super solid drums, and not in a bad way, but it feels essentially like it's executing the same maneuver as the first. What does that remind me of? This reminds me like... It's G. Jones is what I'm thinking of. Especially like the band. No, it's also like Flume. They're all the same. No. It's just a little like background synth like, you know. Flume. Okay. You know, it just reminds me of them in that sense. Okay. As for criticism, give it little spaces in this. You know, it's little bend down, 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 down. Flume is G. Jones in color. That's the difference. No, that's a dumb joke. I said it's a dumb joke. That was actually a banger. I was trying to be humble. Okay, I can't hide it anymore. That was he. Yeah, I feel like just little silences to kind of phrase this even tighter could go, and just be careful with how you being like, all right, y'all want that new shit, and you're like, all right, this ain't new shit, this ain't shit. You get me? I don't even need to use words with you because we're just on that level. So on that note, I'm gonna be quiet for the rest of the stream. Real ones, no. Say it? I'll have to use real language, not our telepathic magical language. I don't like the snare. if you made this whole loop, you're really good. If you didn't, you're pretty good. But I hate sampling. I hate samples and also. Alright, so.
Found it within, and love is what we give. Everyone's a gift, and we gotta live. So I take my time and I face those lies. We're all here, can we save some lives? I'm sincere.
Good vocal execution, probably some of the best here.
It's all clear, we have redefined. Every year we can change our minds. Our energies have been combined, shifting all these paradigms. Like I'm alive, growing inside. Here I reside. Now I confide. If I say I love you, I'll always love you till the end of time. Show me the sign. Show me the sign.
I would say just like the two things that do stand out to me, you gotta be more sensitive to dynamics. That is what I want to say. But like for example, in the vocal, the singing vocal isn't hitting as much for me as other parts. And I think what it is, so it's like you know, it's kind of like flat in the execution versus if you're like you know. Give it, could really control those vocal dynamics, like give it push and pull, and that can help the whole phrase, you know. It, like this sentence starts and ends, or you might have that, but you might have compressed it too much or something. I don't know. That's a weird specific thing, but I feel like that can make the vocal hit a little saucier. And the other thing is like also on the kind of topic of dynamics, is like so this. I'm not a fan. Well, like probably because I hear this type of sound all the time, and then the rest is all new, and then I'm like, oh, this is the sound that I hear when you. And it's not just dynamics in like the volume of the vocal, right? Because I can be right. It's also like the brightness, the formant, you know, the vowels you're using. So it's not always like compression. Less compression can fix it. But the sound here, I'm not the biggest fan of it, and I feel like it could have a little more envelope. It just feel like is you know, versus if we had you know, a little more subdued, a little cleaner like envelope that isn't plateauing so hard. So it just sounds a little smoother. Maybe like little pitch bends on it too, or like vibrato, like almost to give it more of that vocal effect or something. Or you have another layer on it, so it's not just the one resonance. You might have like a flanger. That's like the classic psytrance type sound, but you get what I mean? So it's not just opening the same position every time or something. It's very nitpicky. But I think. It's like, it's just very dense. I'm kind of enjoying the density, but I could kind of explore how you can like change the tension, like filter it out. Change the I said change the texture, like change the texture, change the tension. You know, both. Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah. All right, no more long tracks tonight. I don't know. No, I might put a limit on it just because they take a while. And chances are, like, you have like one section which is more important. Just speaking generally, I'm not flaming. Loud, high end, ouch, help him, help. Oh my god, he's a real one. Keep it under 2 minutes. Always wrong. I feel like you're missing opportunity for like a super tight flow feel, right? So like right now you have which is pretty tight already. It goes hard, but imagine if you had it just like suck everything out when it hit. You know what I mean? Like kind of have it almost sidechain those atmospheric elements, you know, or just have a kind of response, you know, just something like that. Just get it really tight sounding. I feel like inherently, like if you're laying down flows like that, you want it to sound tight, you know, like that's kind of like achievement for drummers, you know, and they're lay down flows for a living. So tight. Where's the siren? Yeah. Get those responses. You switch to the harmonic, you know it's going boom, 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 boom. The vibrato was accident, but I kind of stuck with it, you know, switch the harmonic to higher.
The number you have dialed is not available at present. Please leave your message after the beep.
If you'd like to make a call, please hang up and try again.
I feel like you just push the volume on these basses louder. They just don't sound super duper upfront relative to the atmospheres. Yeah. And they just have this like almost overly phasey, notchy OTT in places. Saturate over distort.
If you need help, hang up and then dial your operator.
Oh, it's supposed to sound like shit. Okay. When you put it like that. No, but like I feel like there's a cool sound. There's a cool sound with distortion to get, but this like, and that's usually when it sounds more aggressive, and crunchier, you know, while this, it ends up sounding thinner. You know, I feel like the goal in distortion is to make it the former. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's tricky. Because it's like, at a glance, you could recognize, oh, it's like boofed sound, right? But the question is like, is it powerful boof, or is it like so boofed it's like voices cracking? You know what I mean? Like you're trying to yell so assertively, you're like, because you be straining too much, you know. Musashi, I like your name. I'm sure I like what you're about, but you didn't share the right link. Notice how they all have the fancy numbers. That's because you must click the private share link, and then it works. We should like pin this. How to submit your track to Feedback Friday. Step 1. Join the Discord. Frequently ask questions. I went in too hard on you, but I get what you mean. Big distortion. And usually, like, where that comes from, like, the thin distortion versus, like, beef distortion, it's usually a low end. Like, low end being distorted goes hard a lot of the time. And, but, like, once you distort the high end, it just sounds wrong and thin. But, like, if you distort the low end into the high end with a little more low end, it'll sound good. Okay, just try it yourself. Just, like, boost EQs into clippers, and you'll see what I mean. Real ones to know. Make it drip. Me talking to my nurse. The opioid dependency. No. I couldn't think of a way to phrase that. You just gotta fill in the blanks.
Yo, I make it drip like.
Alright, we can't allow this. My problem with it, it starts a very womp womp wah. And you cannot, like, if you give that, if the crowd hears that, you better, like, make them feast. You set a high bar.
You might make it drip like.
What? Oh, we in it for the taste. Okay. It's dry. It's dry. It just wants more going on in places. I don't know. I don't know what I would do this. It's a problem. definitely push it louder. You know, every time you have these big moments, and especially when you're using these harmonic basses, you know, switch the harmonic. It's a classic move. I mean, it's not classic because people haven't caught on to it yet, but it goes hard. Just switch the harmonic for a variation. I mean, well, the problem is you can't really do that because you have the phrase switch up here, but you can have the whole thing switch, so it's not going dun 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 dun. It goes dun 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 dun. It'll just, the whole thing will go up a register. Snap definitely comes off a little loud. I don't know. It just doesn't sound super tight. I think it's the kind of lack of hi-hat groove, and just like the lack of syncopation. It just makes it very straight. And like these sections could have a lead. It kind of going dan 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 with the progression, but you know, just lead rhythm, lead melody. Yeah, and I feel like you're repeating these basses the exact same way every time. You just bang, dan, 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 pause, bang, dan, 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 pause, bang, bang, bang. You know, it's like it's routine. Like, you know, I say like if you're not gonna switch up the sound, switch up the phrase. If you're not gonna switch up the phrase, switch up the sound, or make it a deeper sound to make it more enticing. Or even if you have the same phrase, it helps to have a more complex phrase that repeats for a long time rather than identically like symmetrical phrase. You know, like asymmetrical phrase is it's a word. Think about that. And also, like, I'm not sure what the vibe it's going for. Like, is it going for like weird, deep, like half-timey, like super heavy? You know, that's not super clear. Like transcendent. You know, like if it's going for deep, I'd maybe like sparse it up, get it a little more minimal, like deep sounds. Or it's like weird, like make it wiggle around, pitch bend it, get some more whimsical sounds, like crazy out there fills. And it's heavy, like distortion, make it more aggressive. It's just kind of in the middle ground between the three choices you have when making dubstep. There is no fourth choice. Samples though.
I just can't hide it no more. Also divided. Who can I confide in this war? Got me wishing I've been missing the self-alignment. Can't seem to find it. Tired of fighting. I let the light in. I'm in the deep end. Maybe drowning. Find a reason to keep on living. Searching within.
pretty cool.
I just can't hide it.
There's this kind of like band passy harshness on the drums when the hat and the snare are hitting at the same time. Also, the transient a little tough. The kick. And I feel like a little more like 808y or just like with kind of decay on the sub bass could make it have a little more space. It just feels a little crowded in a way. I don't know. And the other thing is with the vocal, like I kind of stand by my previous thing on the other track, Conceptualize was on. Like the kind of dynamics, like, you know, just push them. And the other thing is like the vocal, you have like you know, all that. When it comes in, that just sounds very dissonant to me. You know, it's in key, and I can see how it makes sense in the context of the melody. But when it just comes in, it just sounds like sharp, not like the actual note, but like. You know, versus you have versus or something like that. You get what I mean? Maybe I just don't like the fourth. This is the truth, actually. Also, just a little more delay reverb on the vocal could be cool. This guy a little extra though. Don't compress on it. Peace. Flip tomorrow. Yeah, definitely more wetness on the vocal because everything's just so wet. It stands out. Sticks out as quite dry. I don't know. It doesn't feel super strong to me as a chorus. I'm not like, all right. Well, it's not that, but it's in the arrangement. I didn't feel like it was leading back up to the chorus, right? Felt more the same rather than like a reprise. Kind of way it's placed. I guess it almost, this moment felt almost too tense. It didn't feel like independent on its own, like a verse to the point. It was like just serving this, and I felt like I've been already served this. Waiter, I demand another of a different variety. That would be me if I was like in a restaurant, maybe, figuratively. Okay, so you've got to entertain that. And the thing is, like, I feel like you can get a little more color and life out of it just through more rhythm. It's just very just flat, like straight. We have the drums and pads, right? Versus if we had like the bass going boom doo 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 doo, little dynamic doo 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 doo, that could bring a lot more life to it, you know, more rhythm, and that kind of fading makes it a little more alive. Also, just like chords in general, you know, you're missing out a lot of color if you're laying out these like bass lines and not filling in their beautiful like harmonies through like chord layers. I don't know. Yeah, and just a few of the melodies, not just the vocal, just have this like dissonance to them in places. I'll just be careful, you know, gravitate to chord tones. This is EDM type beat if I've ever heard one. Yeah, for sure over compressed and too much high-end. It's pretty nice though. I didn't get this bit either. He's talking about like
Let's switch that.
Oh. This growl just sounds very like 2010s. I'll give you that. The rest sounds good though. Also on sustains, I mean just generally in sustains, like so we've used too many sustains, right? I know sometimes they say to add them. Never listen to me. I'm wrong. No, but like instead of just sustain, you know, give it like sustain but a little bit of rhythmic pulse, you know, so it could be I don't know why I hit the vibrato. It's like you know, like kind of that sidechain pulse can give it a lot of life. And that'll give it rhythm, or you can give it its own rhythm. I don't know. The drop was pretty solid. Like the intro, it sounded too damn dubstepy. Too much white noise everywhere. It's like I just like walked into your house and you just have sand scattered all over the floor and it's getting all in everything. Oh my god! And it's loud. It's loud sound. It's dank. Yeah, and like, don't be afraid to subdue things a little bit. Just give it like a little bit of low pass filter or a similar effect, and just to reduce its kind of intensity. Then open it up instead of starting up so high and so bright already, and then trying to stack more brightness and drum intensity on top. And like it's like you overfilled your bowl at the salad bar, and like stuff is like toppling off. Versus like you pace yourself with you. Also, I think I noticed like a lack of those pre-drop moments. I like those pre-drop moments. They don't have to be a corny vocal. You could just have space or fill. It makes a strong transition versus just the gradient build. Just give it a silence.
Let's switch that.
Yeah, like a lot of the the calls and kind of fills stand out as kind of weak. They just sound a lot more like OTT than the main stuff. Look at him, he knows. And then they sound a little more dated, just a little more like Bro Steppy, Excision, Growl, Tutorial, Rocket Powered Sound Edition. You need those Bunting tutorial sounds now. Don't even follow my tutorials. Like my new ones are good, the old ones aren't good. So if I don't like your tracks, it's probably because you followed like the old ones. I say saturation. Meta? Thank you. It's like holding back the fullness, like the stereo. It's lovely. I like the title and pick, it's fitting. Oh, the chord. That's a little raciness. Oh. Oh, it's adding up. I love this progression. Got that cinematic feel. Actually, it's a modal mixture. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Clap felt a little weirdish in spots. I don't know. I'm projecting my fear of claps. Just more specifically, the clap. Oh. Oh. Good voicing got him too. Oh my god. That moment was crazy. Almost similar in energy to like in the Colin track. He just had this like transcendent moment. Much different style though. But like in the way he held back, like, I mean, like some people can start their song off like that and it might not sound super notable. But the fact that he held back, he didn't reveal his whole set hand of cards or whatever the phrase, okay. That he was able to create that crazy, transcendent, bright moment. A nice little thing there. One thing I would say is like it feels like it's almost bandpassed, and like the stereo field is being a little like held back in a way. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Like I would go light on the EQs and don't mess with the stereo too much, or if it's just naturally not very wide, add some little stuff to widen it. Like I don't know, little. Look at it. One of the best of the night, honestly. Like, it's simple, but it's damn good at what it does. Oh my god, he's singing on it. Look a hair loud. Vocal melody execution's pretty nice too. I would gate the vocal. I feel like I hear some mic noise kind of getting picked up. You could notice like a little bit of dissonance on the vocal and you kind of like hit a weirdish bend. Right, just right on that spot. So watch if you care. Oh. Okay, now. I mean, I guess it was on purpose. Well, like it didn't get me as on purpose the first time. It didn't repeat it, and I was like, oh, it was on purpose now. You're right. It was above me. That's cool. That was a lovely track. The Mushrooms Tower, Rot. Oh, I'm scheming into this. Oh my. Hey. I can't get too hype. I gotta hold back. I like this main melody. Oh, that's what this is. Realm of the Mad God. It just struck me as familiar, and then I was like, oh, that's what it means. He submitted this to them. This gonna take the dub. Yeah, and I said it once, I'll say it again, I'll say it again, like 3 agains, or however. Okay. Drums, last resort when you're trying to create tension. It just sounds noobish if you just do nothing but drums. And I don't even think drums are the most interesting way to create tension, never mind it sounding noobish or whatever. You know, just change your arrangement first and foremost. You know, like you can mess with filter effects, like little reverb stuff, little reverse reverb, like interesting riser sounds that are interesting beyond their value as a riser, you know, that are just cool sounds. And you can just take stuff out. Just bow, down, 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 bow, 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 bow. Even that could serve as a point of tension. I feel like you're just dense on the layers. You have like 3 layers competing for attention, and they're all pretty complex in their lines. You know, just simplify it. Have some offer more of a supporting role to what's going on. If you have them directly layered, or if you're not having them directly layered, you know, create contrast. Give them each a moment to shine. You know what I mean? One at a time, or have them one of them take the back seat in terms of layers. This is literally YouTube intro music. Like I said it before, this is literal. A throwback. Dr. Goes crazy. Loving the visuals. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much is remix versus original. But it sounds pretty passable. Major old school vibes. How did I just click on that? I wanted to pause it. Who originally created Level 1. Oh my, is this like an iconic song? It must be. What stands out is the mix. It sounds bandpassed. Not really feeling any sub bass. Never mind the kind of low mids. It's also like high highs are gone. I don't know. It's just like hella compressed D. And also the drums. Could be maybe a little sidechain could be nice. Fernando Powell, you're too kind with your words. Have a good night. That makes me feel so nice. Make bangers, please. But yeah, sidechain drum clean, I don't know. I say that about covers it. And also the fact that it's pretty much full energy the whole time. You know, start off a little lower and let it build up to a climax, you know. It's my little metaphor, like you go to the salad bar and you fill up your bowl so much, like, and you keep trying to stack stuff up, it's like it's toppling over at this point. So you gotta like build it slowly to have room to expand into. There's only so much room in the speakers for music. It's kind of true, I guess. IDK, just some rhythm junk. I believe you. Oh. Oh. Ah! Ah! You can't be so like inconspicuous like that and lay it down in that fashion. You just can't. Okay, next now. I'll give this feedback. I don't know, I like this little like sweep into like the subby thing and little tease. Has little free drop moments. Maybe a little more sub. Maybe slightly crisper, like high-ish transient on the clap. I don't know. Like for what it is, it's just solid for me. Reverb automation. Yeah, I could have that to sound a little less dry. I don't know. But maybe dry is the vibe. It sounds clean. Like mix, post on the bass, it just sounds clean. Drums clean, mix clean. Little transitions of what you have is clean. Switch the harmonics, you know, down, 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 down. Now it just sounds like goofy. You gotta, that's the switch up. You have it real goofy, and then you start. Add sustain bass, okay? I know I told you not to listen to me when I told you add sustain bass, but. Do you trust me now or me in the past more? Which one seems more virtuous to you? Notice that since then, I have donated to a number of charities. So... pad sounds, pretty clean post, nice phrases. Stereo feels weird, get a little more even, less just hard pan. It's almost like pan to my left ear, unless I'm tripping. Sound check. Alright, you just hard pan to the left. Clap a little loud. I feel like you can have a little more layered or like rimmy, just a little saucier clap. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend Haas on basses, because not only is it just not the best sounding stereo effect, like I like to keep it to very background stuff. What happens is when you sum it to mono, because the way Haas works, it's 2 delayed signals, and when you have 2 delayed signals, it creates a comb filter. So when your basses are in mono, which they're pretty much gonna sound like played on a festival system, right? You're just going to have a big comb filter in the middle, which is, if you're lucky, it might sound good. It's probably not going to sound good. It's probably going to make your sound thinner than everyone else's. So yeah, use wider, use like serum effects, like stereo thing. Use like a little bit of chorus, and just like sum it to mono if you're adding stereo stuff, so you know how it will sum to mono. Okay. Well, it's fine. Good job. Sub is mono. Like, the highs matter, you know. And also, like, you just want mono signal on more than the sub, you know. Because, like, you're probably trying to make it sound big or something like that by making it super wide, but if you neglect the middle, then you're kind of missing out on a whole range of sound. Alright, he hears me. I was getting worried he wasn't hearing me for a minute, so I appreciate that. Because, like, if I was mixing down this screechy ass beat, I would kind of be hard of hearing. You know? No. I feel like little sidechain pumps could go hard in this. But kick pattern might be a little complex for that. Who knows? Too spooky for me. Good sounds though. Oh my god. Don't do it. Don't do the rhythm thing. Oh my god. Do not stop it. No. No sign of it. Stop. Like Zach, y'all sleeping on Sakura? No, I think he's one of the best in the stream usually. Secretly, don't tell the rhythm haters. But yeah, everything he does, drops in the stream, goes pretty damn hard. Anyway, what I would do to this, it's kind of lacking on mid-range, which I don't know, it's kind of inherent to the sound, but maybe it's not that it's lacking on mid-range, just the high end gets too clippy and bright that this asymmetry is revealed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Okay. Flow is crazy. Sound design, just movement is crazy. And where's the sustain basses? I'm a little confused about I feel like it comes off a little dry, like a little bit of like verb or like lush stereo stuff. Who knows? It's just coming through like scratchy instead of like super full and like bigness. Clap a little loud. Who knows at this point? I've heard too many claps. Okay. Yeah, I like his pick too. It really fits his vibes. See? I was right. Terra Incognita. Oh, it got real. Slower. Colin vibes? I love that sparkly sound design. Ow, just a little harp. Yeah, this song came in hella bright, harshy, ouchy vibes, if you catch my drift. And no more Haas. We've evolved. The technology has improved past the Haas effect. We do not need that shit anymore. Oh, these sounds crazy. This atmospheric sound is like crazy. I love this shit. Yeah, it sounds super clean everywhere except just that main saw. The main saw just, it's kind of thin and scratchy. Or that was just that saw, super saw chord type thing, whatever. Another thing, I would voice these chords a little nicer because it's pretty much like the chord is almost the main focus of the drop, but it's just hitting dan 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 fram 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 fram. Versus if you had a bit of fram fram fram, you know, kind of leading voice on the top or kind of lead stacked with the thing, that could make it more interesting. Yeah, sound design here is crazy though. Yeah, that's super sick. I love that, really. Oh, we're getting evil mode. You heard him. Okay, this is how you want your song to start. You want to know what's up. You want the song to come on and someone to be like, we get in evil mode. That's how like hard you want the vibe and hook to be, okay? Or it doesn't have to be evil mode. It could be like, oh, we go in beautiful mode. Okay, fuck this. lead is harshing my evil mode though. Maybe the mischievous mode. Louder! Louder! Wow. Oh. Oh. Yeah, needs some. Definitely like was disappointed when the drop ended up quieter than the build. Also there's like the stereo-ness on the sub. You don't need. Yeah, just sub super quiet. Like drums aren't even that quiet. It's just the sub. It wants to be much louder. And I just feel like there are so many like deep beats that are just like you ought to do something really soft with it. And like that means like rhythm. Like you can and also other thing is like dynamics, right? I kind of put it into there. I didn't go I went and that's more interesting. Dynamics, dude. Okay, I don't even like saying it's dynamics. People hear that and they're like, oh, like compress my mix. No. Even though that's maybe I'm just wrong for that. I would think like get a little more gritty distortion, like nasty distortion on this type of stuff. Can help give it that sauce. And same like especially with this lead here. Felt like it wanted to be like gritted and like fucked up. It just sounded a little too cheesy. Not cheesy like in like the sort like cheesy way, but it's like he's smiley like he's not smiley, he should be evil.
I'm over here rapping at my pedal boy, I'm above my pedal house.
just this like weird offbeat rhythm to the whole like flow. It just doesn't sound tight. It sounds like it's like hitting like an 11/3 polyrhythm or some weird shit. I think it's the fact that like the attack on it's so slow, it like ends up hitting off the kind of beat. Which could be an effect, but the rest is so tight with the beat, just like normal, and this is so swung, it's too much. Not even swung, it just feels off. And it's just the other fact is like it's just such a scrapey metal sound, and it's like I'm not really able to tell much out of it other than like this is a scrapey metal sound. You know, I can't really discern the harmonics from it. The post, it sounds like super bandpassed. There's not much envelope to it. Just kind of there's a little bit of envelope, but could get a little tighter. So you know, instead of just you know, tighter articulation. And the fact that it's just a full minute of the same sound, which wasn't always phenomenal in the first place, but I feel like the kind of heavy flow of the backbeat you have going justifies it. Yeah, the whole thing is just too clippy as well. Brain ass sound. That was a weird like pre-drop spree. I was almost hoping it would just like on this weird kind of offbeat moment throughout the drop, just a really left field type of also sounds like barbershop quartet.
Bitch, that's how we.
You can't have a big moment like that and put it to more of the same. That ain't a rule, that's a law.
Fix that faucet.
Vary the sound, vary the flow more. You know, like you can create phrases like even if you're gonna have a straight thing is like you don't need the same thing just non-stop. I mean sometimes you do, okay? But in this case I feel like if you're just having this wow, there's a lot of room for that you know, like harmonic variation on it. You know, either that or make the flow a little more enticing so it's not just straight. And either that or just make the original sound cleaner so it's just more enticing to listen to forever. Just ignore it. Okay.
Step your foot on the line. Tell me what you can deny. And you don't need to know what's right. Tell me we can feel something tonight.
More tension there. More like pre-drop, like lift it up. Remove the beat. Just remove the beat for that.
But when you step your foot on the line, tell me what you can deny. And you don't need to know what's right.
Pretty nice vocal. I'm assuming you did this yourself. But it sounds pretty good.
Tell me what you can deny. And you don't need.
I would say like, I mean, it's a minute song. It sounds like a mini song. Like a mini song. No, like I don't know if this is like your final arrangement. You're saying it's not, but I don't know in which way. Because what it is, like, you could just extend all these sections like twice as long, essentially. Because like the pacing is just super rushed. Like you like change things like every 4 bars instead of every 8 bars, or like every like 8 bars instead of 16 bars. You know. To add to that, like to stretch it out, you can probably, it just starts off pretty hot. It just goes right in with the vocal. You can have a little just intro mix-in moment with like just the drums or a little fade-in. Or just a moment with the vocal with no beat. That's another thing. You pretty much have the beat non-stop. You can take it out to create really good tension and atmosphere, just something you feel in a vocal moment or the build-up moment, you know. And just little post-processing stuff mixed up. Like for arrangement, just have more sauce. That's what I would say if you're not good at arrangement. Just be better. No. What I would say, like Ahi has a good video on it. My videos are decent on it, but Ahi's just better than me at that. No. No, but in his video, he talks about just finding a track you really like and analyzing the arrangement, laying it out with markers, and then filling that in with your own music. You know, that gives you a really good feel for arrangement. So I'd recommend that. Thanks for hanging out late. Thank you, Jordan White, for thanking me. And thanks for hanging out with me, because, like we wouldn't be hanging out if it weren't for you. Like, you think it's my fault. You got us stuck here. Oh, no, you're right. The name was looking familiar. The vibes as well. Bunting lesson getters are the realest of life. They will transcend the flock and become a breakaway society. Flock to. Intro crowded. It's like you have a few things going on and none of them are, like, they could be texturally interesting, but they're all competing with each other that I can't feel like the full texture of one. And also they're like kind of fast paced in what they're doing, except they're not really saying anything with that. Like, they're not really rhythm, so get locked into a phrase to understand.
Menace and methods label me a lethal weapon.
What I would do, like, because just the way like the harmonics react with distortion, like when you have these harmonic-y fill type effects, like they end up sounding a lot louder and just denser and almost richer than the main like sub you have going on, like that deep note. And I feel like you want that deep note a little extra, like a maybe little white noise or like amp funky distortion grit to give it that extra edge and texture, so it's not just kind of dwarfed in comparison by the fills. I'll give a little more preparation for this variation, like a little riser, a little pre-droppy space effect. Peace, love you, thanks for hanging out. That flutter wasn't necessary. Jesus Christ, help me. Yeah, and this flow isn't really making sense in terms of the phrase. I feel like this is something I hear a lot of newbie stuff. They're like switching up the notes and the rhythm, but like they're each on their own time. They're not like messing with each other. Right? It's just like down, 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 you know, you can't just like rhythm for the sake of rhythm. I mean, you can, but phrases are what makes it slap harder. If WLO thinks the stream is sick, I might do some more of these. I'll consider
You die too quick.
This break is making a little more sense than the intro.
I need help.
I need help. Okay, I can stop this now. I gave myself permission. I don't know. Complex mid-high range with some positive construction. I guess if you want to say it in words that are kind of weird. Yeah, just the flows on these like riffs just aren't really making sense to me. I do hate bass music. What gave it away? I don't know. This whole phrase just isn't doing it for me. Like the earlier was pretty solid. I
need help.
I was feeling it, but it's just so dissonant. It's just dan 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 dan. You know, with like dissonant harmonic on top of it. Versus just like let it go. Boom 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 boom. You know, the root note. It just always it's playing around the root note too much and not like fulfilling it. I feel maybe. And just the flow on it just makes it overall kind of abrasive. And if I were to phrase it more through the rhythm instead of wow 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 wow, it's just confusing me. I'd have wow pause wow 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 bow bow bow. And even when I say that da 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 da, that lead it just sounds unresolved. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. That sounds less resolved than da, da, dun. You know, use stronger cadences like fourth, fifth, whatever. Heavy dubstep. Let's go. You know, like having the same rhythm over multiple notes, it's just kind of like glossing, laminating your whole phrase with like plaster. You know what I mean? Like, let it breathe. Let it live. Big kick. A little more opening. Don't save it. Hard. But hella hurty on the high end. Mix down, don't high shelf this hard. So, hold up. Drums sound pretty good though. And the other thing is, like, I like what you're doing with the phrase. You're switching up these harmonics and stuff, but it's just like too clippy, high-endy to like tell. And also, stop putting people on to soothe too. They don't need it. They need to be better people first. You gotta work on yourself first before reaching for these external tools to addict you. $200? You're kidding. That's alright. And second drop doesn't tell me a whole lot new. It's still wah, 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 and pretty much same texture, you know, so either give it different phrase or give it different textures or both if you're creative. Wait, is this not the same? Is this exactly the same? Why would you do this to me? If it's not exactly the same, I should be able to tell. That's the rule. That's the grounds. Yeah, and the other thing is, like, mix-wise, like, you want to leave a little more room to breathe or just be cleaner with it, because, like, it took me a moment to notice, like, you have these rhythmic, like, dun 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 guys on there. And I want that to be super clear, right? You might want to get it in a bit of a different register since you have so much in the high end. Get a little mid or low endy layers for different places, and just let it breathe. You know, we want to feel every musical element you have going on. You know, you rather do a lot with a few elements than a little with a lot of elements. Yeah, totally change the tones. It would be easier to tell if it wasn't so, like, hissing at me, like an evil snake or a cat, even. Notice how snakes and cats both do that? This is what Charles Darwin doesn't want you to know. Or, like, even to make the second drop, you can, like, hold back, you know, just have one layer on the second drop that wasn't on the first drop, you know, or have layers on the first drop that wasn't on the second drop. Then it's like an anticlimax minimal feel. Left field. Add this now. That's all I can do. It's beyond my physical limits. All of a sudden, I just sing in the most rich and beautiful gospel voice. It was all a facade. Okay, I'm not even gonna try. What I would say, like, the sounds are just very flat, distorted. Give them harmonic. Give them food, water, affection. They will grow into beautiful, mature basses, well-rounded, achievement-seeking. No, essentially, it's pretty flat distortion. Give it harmonics before the saturation or after. You know, I think a little like comb filter could be cool. So yeah, that kind of like peak or flanger or phaser effect could add even to like a whole phrase to that kind of like more like monotonous repeated thing. No, please don't sample that. It's not a joke. You know, like give it a phrase beyond just think bigger. Think greater. You don't know your truth. I'm just like channeling the inner motivational Tony Robbins or something. But think bigger with the phrases, you know, like you don't have to have one good sound. You know, a lot of times it's easy to get stuck in LFO hell where you just like have a womp and that's it. And you're like, oh man, I got to make a whole new womp to like have anything else happen. And this is the only womp I can make. And the other ones don't match. Like just add modulations to it, you know, and use that to create the phrase. So like instead of just, well, maybe increase the distortion over time, you know. That's already in there instead of adding a new thing. You know. Or even you just up down, you know, and that you can create that through the sound design through automations. Like it's a whole new layer of depth, like that dynamic dimension, right? Because it's like when things are flat, they're flat. It's like two-dimensional. But when you add dynamics, it's like you can push into and push out of it. And if you leave your sounds flat and don't kind of try to express through them more, you're missing out. You're just missing out, you know? I gotta find a new word other than dynamics, though, because just like analog mixing boomers have just ruined that word for me. Expression. No, that's even worse. That's like, instead of like mixing boomers, it's like guitar bending boomers. You could just have more phrases. You could just have like the biot being a different sound. Biot. Give love to these sections so it's more than just like, okay, we need a break from the drop. We need sauce. We want this to stand its own, to be like, you know, like you want that section of the song that's like, damn, I wish they made a longer part of this song. You know what I mean? That's how good you want your like bridge to be. You know, if some songs have that. You know, that's how you know you want one. But that's it. I blew my final load on Arcadian Sound. He will savor it, store it for generations to come. To come. You get. All right. Anyway, that's all I can think to say. Is that it? There is a flock flip tomorrow. So if you want to enter a little beat competition, if I did you too dirty in the feedback stream and you need to seek vengeance against me, you prove your dominance in the flock flip tomorrow. A challenge for the ages. And I will also say, DM me if you want. If you're like a fiend who loves feedback and being weird. And I will also say, I've heard of this really great website. It's super underground and like it'll really like up your production game like to the next level. Guaranteed. Or I'll spit on you. Buntingmusic.com. If you're like, Bunting, your feedback tonight was so terrible and so awful. The reason for that is you have to pay me to get the real feedback in lessons. Make something crazy? I might. I was kind of in the mood a little bit. So yeah, book a lesson with me. Get some free sample packs. Visit my site if you want to support me. Jordan knows. Jordan's about to get the most rigorous lessoning of his life, and he's going to love it. He will love it. Okay. Here, I'm going to make something crazy. Damn. This shit. Yo! This is crazy. No, I don't know what to make. See, now there's an expectation. I gotta make something crazy instead of like just 5. I'm gonna just 5 though. Okay, it's already crazy. I just gotta add. Let me think. We gotta add like the kicks. We get a little bit as a treat. The real ones who stick to the end get this. Tell me that isn't kind of crazy. There we go. We're done. We beat music. There we go. Perfect. I gotta do the most with the little. It's in the harmonics. Real ones get what? I have no idea what I said, so I cannot help you. They get head, maybe? There we go. And we switch this position. Do I prefer Serum or Vital? Like, if I want to make like a cool, fresh sound, I'll probably grab Vital. But if I just like know what sound I want and I could just make it, then I'll do serum. No, like serum is just lighter on CPU, so I grab it a lot unless I'm trying to do something really fancy. Peace out, Arcadian. This harmonic is ass. It literally, it gets worse the more you add. Oh, I know what it needs. Oh. There we go. And for this, we do like something like this. We just get like a rhythm. And we get another one like fast. This is the one thing I'll put Haas on. Little reverb on him, secretly. This is what Steve Duda won't tell you. He's your enemy. Do not trust him. Do not download Serum. Do not buy Serum. Do not use Serum effects. Yeah, like you don't need a ton to go foolish. Just messing with it. I think I'm satisfied. Give it a little. That's really crazy. Oh, he wants the trip. could use a fill here, but at the same time, I don't want to be stuck doing that for a while. So, but here I go. Here I go. No, I'm done. I'm done after this. As long as A6 thinks it's okay. This is This is all we need. All right. Bunting. No, you're right. That would be a huge branding move, and then I like smoke weed. This could be huge for me. I don't know. This is the type of like marketing genius that the mainstream doesn't have. The underground does, though. We on the come up. Yeah, I'm out. Hope you liked the banger at the end. Hope you liked your feedback. If you didn't, I'm sorry. Because we have one op who thinks he deserves the best feedback better than anyone else. Here he is. All right, keep this in mind when you're booking. No. Just like my fault, bro. My fault, bro, for not giving you the best feedback on your track. It's just coming off a little entitled, though. I'll be real. I had to call it out. But on that note, visit buntingmusic.com. Links in the playlist description to rewatch the stream. And that's it. Peace out.